Wow, sorry about the wait, everyone. Something came up at the last second that I had to take care of. But good evening, everyone. Morosky is back. And we are here once again with Limbus Company, the new event out today, the Mnestic Experience. I don't even know, is Mnestic even a word? I know mnemonic is a word, I don't know about Mnestic. It is a word. Doesn't seem like a word that anyone has ever used. But yes, I'm very curious to see what happens in this, because obviously we are entering N Corp territory, which is where the story of Limbus has directed itself. And it's very interesting because obviously N Corp is Limbus's longtime nemesis. But, and also there's a lot of stuff about Bamboo-Hatted Kim in this event. In fact, you could argue he's the focus of the event, so... Well, I mean... I just really like this, this intro screen that they made for the event. But, without further ado, let's head into this. Hello, Scarlet. Hello, Palakiko. Nice to see you guys here. Cool. Alright. Mnestic Experience. So cool. I legitimately don't really know what to expect from this event. So let's find out as we go. So it looks like we're in Mephistopheles. Okay. Let's see what's happening, shall we? Oh, I forgot to preface this. Preface the stream with this. I did do some rolls. And I've managed to get both the banner ID and the ego, so we're sorted out in that endeavor. I just need to get the shop ID, which I presume is the Honglu one. No, wait, for this one, we should go about it like... Te. Thank you, Faust. Te. It's a great way to start the event. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. No, I'm not gonna read all their voice lines, but... Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? Dante was just locked in. They're in the zone. No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Oh yeah, wait, are they fighting currently? On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter's starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Hey Vendaka. Skibbity skimpus, my goat playing Limbus. I am indeed. Apparently, I am also a goat. Meh. If I were an animal, what kind of, like, if I were like a Kimono Mimi, like, character, What animal would I have traits of? I wonder if it'd be a goat. I could see myself being a goat. Or a cat. Because I'm long. Like when you hold a cat up and they're like elongated. Well, I guess tall is meant to be like the word for it. Unironically, I think goat horns would go hard. Yeah. I could rock the goat horns and then I think I'd have like the goat ears as well. Oh, could I have those like sideways, those weird sideways pupils that goats have? You know, the creepy ones? I think that'd be cool. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Marceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCB team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. Okay, they're just soloing stuff, I guess. Well, okay, maybe they're just a task force, 3 of them. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Roger and Ryoshu, who had done with their share of the suppression work, were in charge of buying supplies for the boss. Why would you put Roger in charge of that? I guess she is the, she's the type that will make sure you are well stocked. AKA, she will be well stocked. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I required. With a certain Faust. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this is not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Okay, so, I mean, for context, Faust at the end of Canto 9, she ended up basically becoming like the laughingstock of the Gesellschaft. Like, she became known as, like, Stupid Faust. I'm going to guess that because she's been, like... Because she's been reduced to such a state in the Gesellschaft, like, they're just not giving her any information anymore, so she's gonna have to, like, figure out stuff for herself. Which, you know, it sucks for her in some ways, but also, I think, it's a very powerful playing field for her to have in terms of being able to evolve and adapt. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Shall we move on? Oh, I didn't expect we would be touching upon Sora and Ren. Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we completely destroyed 2 individuals in the last canto from existence. Like, they were erased from existence, and whenever something's erased from existence, for some reason Dante's the only one that remembers. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clockhead? Bongi? Bongi? Bongi. Your cat? I think Faust is talking about cooking your cat then. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also. Engrave your aspect? Wait, what does this mean? What? I don't think she's ever mentioned this before. Or maybe she did, but I don't recall. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, is that the me from before all of this began had wanted it so badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what that actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. Still following the star, huh? Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis' team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off of them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Right, and also I'll be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rodia... Wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? Yo, does Rodia have tech for, like, storing snacks? Does she have the hammer space pockets? She hiding an entire pantry in that jacket of hers. Otis the wandering... not Otis. Rodia the wandering bakery. And Otis' group. Let's see. Ah, looks like they've joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. No, it's not an incident. But I wouldn't say it's not serious. Ooh, okay. They met up with the LCD, so is Kim there? Is that why Dante's been like, ooh. There's someone I don't recall. There's someone I know, but I don't recall him looking like that. Scatter now! Whoa, okay. I mean, Ishmael recognized it. And you can't really count on Dom to know these things. I don't know. Unless Otis has been, like, tutoring Dante in the consultations. Hi, Ezra. There's our favorite golden retriever. I keep forgetting how tall she is. Finito. We love Ezra. She's great. That's an attitude to take. It doesn't matter. The collateral doesn't matter. That's half the team's problem. Wait, there's a freaking sweeper here? What the hell? What do you mean there's just a sweeper here? What? I don't know if you can hear that, but I am taking screenshots for reference. Sweepers can distort? That's kind of insane. Yo, Nia. You've been a moderator for 18 months? Wow, that's like almost a year. That's crazy. No, we were not briefed on this. Bestie, that's more than a year. You know, semantics. More than a year, almost a year, it's basically the same definition. I'm a little chronologically challenged. Like, you know, I'm always late to appointments by, like, you know, an hour or a day, but it's just time at the end of the day. Everyone's got plenty of time. Kim's also here. Just how okay he is. Okay, that's a little worrying how she said that. What was that face? You'll get it once you see him. Alright. Yo, it's them! The aura farming. Whoa. You know what they say, time is relative. Yes, time is relative. Time happens to me, my second removed cousin. The Marso and the sun, like, parallels already. We're really doing this already. Is there just a machine in this room making this light just for this aura farming light shot? They're just like, oh, sorry, I don't know how to operate this thing properly. Oh, Ongdu. The big man himself. Thank you. She looks so good with her new haircut. Look at her. Before she had the bangs pulled back, which, you know, wasn't a bad look. Like, you know, bangs pulled back, like, emphasizes her forehead. Wasn't a bad look, but we love the Hime cut. She looks so good now. Bamboo Hatted Kim. Wait, that's him?! Huh?! Wait, oh. Okay, we're just getting a face reveal for Bamboo Hatted Kim. Okay. Huh? Damn, why is he so Ikemen though? Like, what the fuck? Wait, I'm kind of taken aback right now. I would have thought Kim was just like... I thought Bamboo Hatted Kim was just like... I thought he was gonna be like this grizzled looking veteran covered in scars. But he bishy as fuck. What the fuck? So that's just his uniform hanging there? Like... This looks like a man who would destroy your credit rating. Honestly. You see... Oh, hold on. Okay. So that cloaked figure with the bamboo hat, that's what Kim looked like before. That's all we knew how Kim looked. And, you know, he looked badass. Like, he was like someone whose face we never saw, and he was like this man of few words. He was a blade master that led a bunch of these, like, people that pursued the way of the blade. Is this what we call aura loss? The moment we saw his face, it's just the illusion was shattered. He's so much more, like, casual than I thought as well. Or I guess maybe that's what Ezra was talking about. Or I guess that's what they're talking about with, like, how he's acting after the distortion, after he distorted. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim I remember was a man who'd drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. This is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? He's so different! What the fuck? What in the world? He looks so sleazy! Like, literally what Ven said. He looks like he's gonna try to... Oh, he looks like he's gonna try to sell me something. No, you know what? He's got, like, the vibe of, like... You know what he has? He's got the vibe of, like, someone who's completely incompetent, but might actually be a genius. Or, like, he's, like, putting on an act. You know, like, Adachi from Persona 4? My manhole alarm is going off. Oh, absolutely. Okay, I think... I know some people are gonna go crazy over this revelation around Kim, but this is just wild to me. Never in my years did I ever expect that this would be, like, his true light phase. Can you... Okay, can we check again, just in case? Dante truly is the self-insert character. Dante is just feeling as incredulous about this as I am. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we had fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Oh, does he talk like a country bumpkin as well? Oh, God. I guess he is from S Corp. S Corp is, like, the, like, from what I know, S Corp is, like, the old-fashioned, like, district in the city, so... She did tell us that, and we did get that impression after fighting him. And, you know, everyone else had their impression of him since he was a very powerful unit in Library of Ruiner. She's... Despite everything, she still just idolizes him. I just realized, look at her ID badge compared to his. I mean, for one, why is hers, like, much bigger than his? And two, like, she's just so much shorter in hers. Like, he's got, like, a full face, like, filling out the area on his ID badge. And hers just has so much empty space. Did they not adjust it to her height? He's so whimsical. Those are not my eyes, you know. Why'd you have to say it like that? Yeah, you know your place. You accept that you belong to us. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. Kim finally inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Oh my god, he's a lazy bum. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. Are you telling me that Kim this entire time, has he been the type of guy that's just like, did the Blade lineage follow him like so loyally? Did they like worship him because he was so good with the Blade? Was all of that pushed on by his followers, and he was just like, I really didn't want to do this. Yeah, I'm the Blade lineage, like, I'm the leader of the Blade lineage. I didn't ask for this, but it kind of just happened. Yeah, they probably forced him. He's trying to lay some riz on Angdu, and she's just like, do you need sunglasses? Oh my god. Just his face in the background. No means no. I see the type of duo they are. I see it now. We got the lazy bum who really doesn't want to do anything, and his apprentice who talks him up to be the biggest deal in the world and idolizes him, even though he probably really doesn't want that. It's really telling that. It's really telling about how she's the one frustrating Ezra of all people. Jesus Christ, Angdu. I'm starting to think that maybe Angdu is the one that suffered more long-term ramifications from the distortion incident than Kim did. No sooner Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. It was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. A debt to be repaid. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms. And remember, Ezra asked her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Prepared them in advance? Did they expect you to lose your arms? Like, what? The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Yup, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Sinclair, unusually knowledgeable about workshop items. Schwartz Industries. LCD's Phenomena Deciphering Team. Oh, it's an LCD original thing. Interesting. Based on technology spun from distortions. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. And then, just as quickly, he fell silent, wherever he had wanted to say catching in his chest. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. That's a cool looking sword, I'll tell you that. I saw every sword known to man. Kim's just idling here. While everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, where is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? I mean, it does look like a photo studio. What with all the equipment and the photos. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Word for word, what I said. Which is very strange, given we're in N Corp. Because, background lore tidbit, N Corp prohibits, as far as I know, N Corp prohibits, like, recording stuff. So, I would have thought photos were banned in N Corp, which makes this, makes this place synonymous to a drug den in this place. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. No, don't pull that out! Moso? Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had just realized something. But Moso's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. Ooh. With a quiet nod, Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. Experiment 4. Merceau's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Film rolls used by N Corp. Maybe I was wrong about the recording information thing. Unless it's just something that's outlawed by, like, for, like, people. And N Corp themselves are free to do it. Ooh. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Background tidbit for people that not... You might get a lot of these from me because I'm very big on the Project Moon lore. Ezra is formerly of the UJAT, which was a private task force, or a private band of mercenaries that took part in the Smoke War, which was like a big, terrible war that happened in the setting in the past. And Otis was a general for one of the side, well, implied to be a general or like a commanding officer of some sort for one of the factions in that war. So they might have fought each other at one point. Obviously the war is in the past now, and everyone kind of agrees that the war was terrible, we all suffered for it. There's not really any like hard feelings between people. The more hard feelings are just the war happened, and that was horrible. Let's hope that never happens again. The distortions. Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. I don't know about that, but she's definitely carrying a share of, like, trauma. Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. I see. A sweeper got caught up in the distortion? That's so weird to me. Inflection point. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. Okay. Yeah, we always just kind of brute forced it by just barging into their mind and just kind of like taking them out, and that just reverses it. That tends to be how things go in the city. Like, brute forcing just seems to be the go-to method for a lot of people, and then when they realize that brute force doesn't work, they call in a specialist. I kinda like that status quo. Yo, hi Rachel. Welcome to the stream. Just doing story stuff in Limbus.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I can't go for Butter Street. Of all the places you could name, like, give a name to in this scenario, why Butter Street? Thank you for the posture check. I will now proceed to sit properly, because I was indeed shrimping at that point. I mean, you could say that maybe the appropriate position to sit in is to shrimp for some people, but I think some people would also beg to differ. I'll do a stretch as well, as a little bonus. The Zwei. Okay. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits, and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Marceau... Whoa. Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marceau? N Corp Class 2 staff members. Camera briefcases? Members of the pin frame team of Service de Clos. Service de Clos. Clos? I'm very bad at French. Marceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back shelf of his mind. Okay, pin frame team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Field departments related to info gathering and processing. Okay, a lot of internal stuff. Got it. That'd be enough. I like how Marceau is the opposite of Faust. Like, Faust would just tell us you don't have the clearance for that answer. She just won't tell us stuff. We'll ask her a question and she'll just be like, I can't tell you that. I'm like, okay. It's not time to tell you that. And then we ask Marceau something, we get the entire, like, Wikipedia page entry for the subject recited to us word for word. Citations included. It's so funny. Marceau, could you recite the Wikipedia page to me about butter cookies? And he'd do it, the absolute madman. He even recites emojis in like text talk. He is a man that commits to the bit. We respect him for that. Our team, he's just the team's encyclopedia now. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. If he don't know, he don't know. Okay, he might have an idea, he just doesn't know how to filter his thoughts. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then. Okay then, Marceau, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Marceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... Ooh. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. Huh. So he took offense at us trying to determine something as objective. That's interesting. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner... Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people would come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Okay, here we go. Mission was one of the following. Retrieval of a video recording. Oh, okay, so I guess photos are fine in N Corp, but you can't take video recordings. Maybe. Yeah, retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N Corp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator, contact with the informant in the backstreets collaborating with N Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. It's weird though, because like, I mean, I don't think it would be elimination, because don't they send the taboo hunters after people like that? Why would it be, why would they send Class 2 personnel, who are pretty low on the ladder? Because personnel in the wings, they're rated by grades. So, well, they're rated by number classes. So 1 is the lowest, and 5 is the highest. So Class 2 is pretty close to, like, the bottom. Like, it's not like they're not, like, henchmen, they're not, like, you know, clerks. But, like... You know, they're like officers, kind of. Doesn't really make sense. You mean these people? Yeah, I don't think they're taboo hunters. Oh, okay, they don't send... I guess that makes sense, because from what I know about taboo hunters are very powerful fighters. Like, if they send a taboo hunter after you, like, your chances of, like... Your best bet is to try and, like, hide. And even then, they're very good at finding you. They're like Grim Reapers that are personally assigned to you if you violate the taboo in this place. Okay. Oh, they actually contract fixer officers to address taboo violations as well. That's interesting. Are you losing them? Okay, okay, we're not losing them. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N Corp staff coat and read its contents aloud. Category 3 taboo violation. Which means... I like how we're basically doing a distortion detective case now. It's fun. I really like that. I hope we get more distortion detective stuff someday. I mean, we basically are through Limbus, but I mean like as a standalone. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out detective props that she'd given to Roger, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. I can't believe you just shut down Don like that. She just had a cavalcade of wonderful detective things to, like, grace us with for this investigation, and you just shut her down. Otis, more like Miss No Fun. Okay, so... Oh, this is fun! So all the IDs, so all the sinners that we have directly correspond to the Blade lineage IDs that we have. That's fun, okay. I guess that makes sense now why they distributed the personnel as is.
화점에 두지.
피가 범람할 시간이
출정이
망설임 없이
되어내겠습니다.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Perfect. We can run the perfect like Blade lineage team, that's lovely. We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio of the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. Sure are a lot of photos around. Almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. The Royal Examinations. I'm gonna guess this pertains to S Corp stuff. A court official in S Corp. Hadn't you? Oh, haven't you? Huh. Oh, she didn't like that. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Okay, I like to see even Ongdu gets tired of his bullshit sometimes. Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing down something. What's... Oh my god, she took it literally. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe that the same mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said that he had? Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Anglu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered. Oh, okay. I see, that's how it is, huh? So that's what it was. I get it now. Ah! Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Oh crap. Wah! Flashbang. As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Did we just get teleported to S Corp? I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the Fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. Whoa! What in the world are those? I mean, I guess this is like meant to be S Corp personnel, but they look freaky. What the hell? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained doppel robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Wherever Kin's gone off to, this definitely isn't a time to be asking trivial questions. Alright, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. Alright, let's go. First battle of the event.
왜? 쌈 구경시켜준다는데 뭐 안 볼 필요 없잖아. 그 독방에 있어봤자 할 것도 없고.
This is a cool track, oh my lord. Okay.
네 상대는 나야.
Oh, Ezra's here, nice. Very nice. We believe.
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
This track goes so hard though. Oh, Ongdu. Oh, we got Ongdu and Ezra here. Okay, that's cool.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Nice.
이제 그것은 그 짝에
기와
갖다
여기
줘야지. 별로 어려운 거 없잖아요.
갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We use the bamboo.
발고, 차단.
Nice. Damn it, Dom. That's fine. Love to see it.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
Oh, I guess our ego got cancelled by that.
하고 터진 것이 제법 보는 맛이 있단께. 나머지도 싸게 터뜨려야 쓰겠지.
물러서지 않겠습니다. 아름다운 것,
Get slashed.
그렇지 않은 것, 흐드러지게.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데. 검수망 모드.
숨을 거두리라. 방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
대안에게 충분합니다.
상대를 훌륭히 쓰러뜨리셨군요.
은자를 풀어줄 테니까.
The scenery here is really trippy as well. If I may add. Very cool.
기와 요격. 균형 상수.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
Yuria, Talia! Yuria! I wonder what Yuria's up to these days.
갑자기 나를 도와준다니 이건 무슨 수작질이지?
수상쩍은 데가 없진 않으나 특별히 이상한 점은 없군요.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
대박! 방금 간지였는데? 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 땐 확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 소 펀치!
Thank you, Ezra.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
강호 유람기에서도
Alright,
이렇게
that is a GG.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니다.
Very interesting. Surveying the area of measured alert, Ungdu cast the blood from a sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding back to its sheath. Ezra and Ongdu moved about as if they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Dawn was the first to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. A location type distortion. Interesting, okay. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. She's adorable. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in Doppler robes. Chunokins hunting runaway nobis. Huh. Sounds like S Corp is pretty unpopular with its people. I wonder what the taboos of S Corp are. I guess the taboos have something to do with not serving S Corp's agenda. With a heavy sigh, Osa pressed her fingers against her brow as if her heart was starting to pound in frustration. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. Oh! And right on cue, there's the pop. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Yep, I found where Bamboo Hat of Kim is right now. I like how Dante's like surveillance, he can see through 12 people at once. So if he just spreads them out, he can see so many locations.
뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
It's just like watching a bunch of cameras,
절대
you know?
도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요.
Film.
S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 출입팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Oh, we get all the sinners now. Well, I don't want all the sinners.
이번 의뢰는
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
부선장이 필요.
잠시
부선장.
선글라스 벗고.
I guess I'll take them all.
착수.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Hair coupons, really? We're referencing that again? Heath, we're never gonna let it down because we have a big brother of the middle pursuing us still because of those damn hair coupons you stole. Hi, Honglu. He's just here, okay. Maciole. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Rice wine. Thank you for the subtext there. What do you mean that's an enemy? Heathcliff is angry. Okay, so he is good with the blade. Just shows up, enjoys the show, cuts down some people, leaves. Thanks, Kim.
아까부터 딱 사냥하기 좋은 사람이.
Let's get some resonance going.
갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 멜론이 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
그러지. 그것은 급하게 갖다 써야지. 별로 어려운 것도 없잖아.
Nice.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが私たちは止まれません。
Hola. Damn.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최선. 이런 푹신한 날에 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Get staggered, nerd. We love it.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Wait, what the hell's happening? Huh?
만찬을 차리겠습니다.
Oh.
주적으로 향수표.
I see, the distortion ended and now we're fighting N Corp. Oh boy. Oh. He died, so he cancelled the claim my bones. Oh my lord. That sucks.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔군.
옳다. 큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
놀랐네.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추면
만취했잖아.
그게 제격이지.
빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
Get slashed.
방금
Idiot.
찢었는데. 아이씨, 샷건쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 실수일지 의도일지. 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
Very cool. It seems like a cool gimmick for the fights.
아가씨,
Like,
정도의
with
성과라면-
shifting between the distortion and the reality. Ezra let out a long listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. I know you're frustrated, but let him cook. Do please. He may look like he's running away, but I'm sure he has a master plan. Nya 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 nya. I completely forgot that I have that sound. I still love it though. Nya 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 nya. Imagine if I did a stream where I said nothing but nya. Wouldn't that be funny? I would pay for this kind of content, would you now? I might have to put this into considerable consideration. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Misunderstood his intentions. He went to play hooky instead of partake in this important operation that almost got us all killed. Or maybe I can come with my 4th purchase as a VIP. Your 4th purchase? What? How have you purchased VIP for like 3 times? You can't even purchase it a 4th time because I've taken off the VIP redeem. You can't do that now. You can't just commission a stream with your channel points. That's not how that works. I will have to take over your channel with my riches. With your riches? Well, you're gonna buy out the stock of my channel? You're gonna become like a majority owner? It's a hostile takeover. Huh, okay. So he wasn't skiving off, he was doing his job. Yes, that's why you'll be speaking meows. I'm in danger. The trajectory of my career is in jeopardy. Yeah. And just that, and just as simply as that. Morosky was reduced to that of a cat streamer. Such as it goes. Heath knows a thing or two about relying on your gut. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Okay, I think I get. So Kim is slipping away under the pretense that, you know, he's just trying to get away from all this. But I think he's actually trying to find the source of the distortion himself. Like, he's following, I don't know, maybe he's following the flow or something. Or, he really is trying to get away, but he's so unlucky that he just so happens to be going on the trail of the distortion, which I can kind of see. Because we're giving him, I feel like we're giving him too much credit. He might just have this penchant for stumbling into things by accident. Experience-based precognition. Faust doesn't want to admit that Heathcliff is a smart guy. There have been some extremely rare cases where Heathcliff has demonstrated competence. You really don't want to compliment our boy, do you, Faust? You taking the mickey? Dawn hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She quietly gave a nod. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. It's kind of a hard thing to not notice when you're in there, to start with. Tinkler, no! And right then... Thank you, Merso. I heard Marceau's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. No, it doesn't, because, like, Merceau's just quiet a lot of the time because he doesn't say anything unless he's addressed. That's just his thing. I mean, he's been more talkative as the story's gone on, but yeah. What's that for, anyway? I see. Docographer. That's such a weird word to say. Marceau chimed in, holding an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. The nyas are persisting. That sounds like Marine. Well, I can rest assuredly say that it's not Marine, but I can hear it. Subarashi. If I remember correctly, they're actually, because it's been a while since I actually made those sound clips. Well, Kokodayo is from Arknights. Nyanya and Subarashi are both from Fate Grand Order, I believe. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Poured into canned experience. Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. Consider how sensible. Marceau came to my side quietly, still giving that strange cylinder the occasional shake. Huh. He has a request. That's rare. What is it? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Aren't we already doing that? Battle? Wait, can you slow down? I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. That's what he meant. I have a feeling I know what Merceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? Merceau, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood! The fucking shaky camera cut. Understood. Comedic timing and Merceau. Name a more iconic combination.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지.
Photos. Oh, we're actually not gonna fight anyone? Why we got no loading screen? That's a bit weird. Yeah, okay, we just don't have a battle. That's interesting. I would have thought they would have just put a battle there, but apparently not. Amid the sprawl of S Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjol at first, and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw his pictures hanging from the line. Okay. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. This kind of reminds me of, there was a, this reminds me of Neverness to Everness. One of the first missions in Neverness to Everness, it takes place in a photographer's studio. And there was basically this anomaly in there which would, like, change your environment with, like, a camera flash. It's really reminding me of that. I mean, they're both very heavily, like, photography themed, so there's only so much you can probably do with that idea. The war vets getting instincts running wild because it feels like they're getting flashbanged. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Marceau, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking.
Pretty boy.
He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motions. Pretty boy. I need to put more Neko Arc sounds on my soundboard. Or like my sound redeems. Is the processing finally done? Wait. We're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, you do. I'll have to make a note of that. I need to see how many I've got, because, like, I remember the sound alerts were limited, but that might have changed, so I might just be able to add more. I do just want more Neko Arc sounds, though, because Neko Arc is love. Neko Arc is life. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. There are people in them. Who the fuck are these people? What in the world? We got a baker. We got some rather suspicious-looking wing personnel. We got a wilted bouquet of flowers and a very mysterious figure in the distance underneath a tree branch. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. It's a city, alright? All these people look cold and indifferent. Oh, I thought Gregor was like, yep, everyone in the city is cold and different. That is the kind of place this is. I mean, I don't think the baker looks cold and indifferent. I think she's just focused on her job. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. Whoa, whoa. We got some chromatic aberration happening. I was about to ask Faust if she felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Is someone about to distort? Carmen, is that you? Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when you've got a clock for a head? Marceau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Whoa, what the hell? Grand Magician Sisyphe. Huh. Sisyphe, what? Grand Magician Sisyphe. It's that popular, huh? So what I remember about the canned experiences, which is one of N Corp's like premier products, apparently it's literally like a can where you indulge in its substance, you acquire the experience of someone else. Like, say you got the canned experience of like a sous chef in a restaurant. You imbibe that canned experience and suddenly you have the experience of that sous chef. Like, you can do what that sous chef does. I don't know if it also covers muscle memory and stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if it also does that. And you know, it's very popular because you can just get the skills of someone else like that. I presume that's how that works. And I think there was a tidbit somewhere saying that there was a popular type of canned experience revolving around, so Twitch doesn't flag me for saying this, offing yourself. Apparently that's something that's in demand. But in a dystopia like the city, I guess that's not all that surprising if people want the experience of, like, escaping it all, you know? I presume we'll learn more about that as we go. Experience batter. Huh. Oh, I guess maybe they're like brain dancers from Cyberpunk. It's not getting experience with something, it lets you experience something vicariously, in a way. Maybe kind of like a VR sim, I guess. Hot Kota canned experience. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. It sounds like an expensive hobby. It sounds like photography is a pretty, like... It sounds like this isn't restricted to N Corp. It just sounds like photography is just a very costly endeavor for anyone in the city, so I guess cameras just don't exist that much. Which is a wild thing to think. I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S Corp. That is the S Corp from the past that only Kim and Ungdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Yes, the 7! Let's go! Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Oh, damn, okay. Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. Oh! The shopping center where Rodio and Ryoshu are! Is it the baker? I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. I love Ryoshu. Rodio's with you, right? Can you put her on? Rodio, you there? Rodio, what are you... Rodio just out here spending our entire budget buying out the entire bakery. She just marches up there, she's like, I'll take your entire stock, and somehow manages to store it all inside of her coat. Fucking Ezra. This is legit. I'll take one of your entire stock. We love Rodio. I feel like Ezra and Rodio are of the same wavelength in terms of their stomachs. I mean, they are both big ladies, so they probably both have big appetites, right? Because they're big ladies. No, it's not a fight. Where's that bakery you're at? Operation Bakery Girl has commenced. The crossover no one expected. Cans. Yo, it's her. Bread Queen! That's a great name. That's a great name for a bakery. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. Huh, okay. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. Oh, why does she look like... Ugh. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. Huh. So he was dealing dodgy canned experience in exchange for photos? I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Bungee jumping off the summit. Oh my god. However... it differs... Ooh, he got a tense expression from that. Use the memory of fun on the numerous process stages attached. Oh, so they're addictive. Okay. I get what they're going for here. So basically, canned experience allows you to... It's like... It is essentially what a lot of people wish VR was in real life. Is that escapism. Like... the canned experience allows you to experience these things that you could never, like... You feel like you can never, like, experience in your own life. And because they're so vivid, like, those memories seem so real, you become reliant on them and you just want more of those, like, you want more canned experience rather than trying to set out and do something for yourself, you know? I mean, it is basically, like, it is basically analog to the whole thing of just, like, people just want this, like, fantasy in VR in real life rather than trying to make something out of their lives in the real world. They just want to escape somewhere. Isekai in a can. Who the thunk? I do not know about the significance of how they affected the motivation of dreams, but they do sell well. Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. You did? Where are you keeping all that? Rodia just casually buys, like, one of everything in the bakery and eats, like, half of it by herself. That a go. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Oh, hi, Kim! You're just here. Cool. Huh? It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Yeah, Faust. Wow. Ezra? Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Oh! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Oh, hi, Musa. Musa approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. Hmm? Ooh. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Ah, okay. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Everyone wants to have a look. Okay, form an orderly line. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all colour drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? Yeah, it's like one of those, you know, in the notepads where they draw each frame of like an animation, and then when you flip through the notepad, it plays like the animation on the pages. Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. Introduction. Are you saying that this is... Oh god! Oh no! Oh, I get it. We just... So is this implying that we just broke the taboo because we've just basically just witnessed footage? Because footage is illegal in N Corp. And we have just seen footage in its basic form. Okay, so the person... Taboo. So the person we were dealing with was, was apparently dealing in, footage, which is highly illegal. That is... Oh crap! Oh crap indeed! As soon as I registered Marceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey. Specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over, I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then. But it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since it could have just revived the sinners, but... Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, A few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Ishmael's just like, I mean, we've killed a whale, so it could be worse. Or I guess she's just like, we've pissed off wings before. Heathcliff's just like, eh. Been through a lot worse, isn't it? Ryosha just looks like she's gonna have a great time. And I'm expecting there's gonna be a part where it's like, oh, this doesn't count. Okay, so this is it, huh? Thank you. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. I'm sorry, I have to like caption that. That's so funny. This is a quote that I want to use in some context someday. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Oh, that's true. Merceau did just... He just developed that. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. Is this the fucking... Is this... Wait, is this the parallel to The Stranger? The story that Merceau is from? Is this him, like, being dazzled by the sun and, like, shooting the person? But instead of shooting someone, it's developing film. Oh god. Oh. I wonder if N Corp has a taboo on recorded footage because it kind of... Because it would take away from their canned experience enterprise. Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Marceau. Without waiting for Marceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. So they're trying to make a stop-motion film? Is that what's happening? That's when bamboo-hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the convo. Whew. So he was trying to see if he could fake if he could fake footage. That's a bit weird. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped up around toward her and shook his head. But why would anyone... Yeah, let's go around an N Corp asking for someone to make a projector. You know, that projects something that could project, like, motion footage, which would violate the taboo. That seems so clever. I guess. Yeah, that's a point to make. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Just casually brushing with N Corp personnel repeatedly. It's alright, it's half the team's problem. Stop gathering our intelligence. We need that. I need that.
요새 일 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가 자꾸 대기 타게 된단 말이지. 해결사 영상 보는 거랑 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고. 솔까 이건 좀 재밌을지도.
Oh, you have paralysis. That sucks. Who are you attacking? You, huh?
물러서지 않겠습니다.
So close. It worked out. That's good.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이
This will not work out.
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
Ow.
이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
숨을 거두리라.
차포잡이라.
Very cool.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
기다리지 마십시오. 식사할 장소는 이곳입니다. 해빙 완료를 채우고 가야 합니다. 예.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Ezra, no! My bones! My claim thine bones! Got cocked by Ezra again.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Dawn! No, Dawn. You silly goose. How did you fail that clash?
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
검주먹 모드. 이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도.
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
Pop off Faust.
그렇지 않은 것.
옳다.
Faust will cut them up.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
무대배들.
Nice.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대가 되었어.
How many left? Just 3? Okay, cool.
망설임이 없도록.
그래, 딱 반경 죽여버려. 그게 체격이.
I forgot I had that too.
반복의 시간입니다.
침착한 결과.
대박! 재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지
I think it's
가져간다.
cool that we're finally fighting N Corp again.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
I wonder if we'll fight the
한스는
Templars
완벽히
again
우리에게 있어.
in the upcoming
정착지를
counter.
찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Oh, is there just more people?
이 검이 필요하오.
Yep, more of these staff members. All right, more of the same.
최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날에 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
네 상대는 나야.
Thank you, Ezra. Damn, Don, you rolled tails on all of those? God damn, girl. We're doing terribly on the coin tosses. Sorry for the lurks. Tofu's well-being tofu. You're good, you're good. It's going so far. It's a very interesting event so far. I'm learning a lot of N Corp lore, which I appreciate.
가족에게 불을 상징한다면 고만의 선호, 이 성장의 비극을 되풀이될 것이란다.
This is fun. We haven't had enough pride. Oh my lord. We don't have enough pride, and it's Pride Month. That's crazy. I presume that's hopeless because of coin shenanigans.
8번 차단. 미리 경세를 살피고 있었죠.
혈이 낭자오.
God, the paralyze is really really hurting us.
옳다.
Faust is goated. We love Faust.
태어났어요. 한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Lovely. I'm still not sure where this event is going though. I'm interested to see which direction it's taking here.
숨을 거두리라.
대박! 방금은 간지였는데. 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도
Wow,
되잖아.
one health. Are you serious?
이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
That's so annoying. I mean, you're gonna die to a clash, so like...
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 검주먹 모드.
Bonk! Big old bonk.
떨굴 수밖에.
잡고잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 침착한 결과.
Very nice.
놀랐네.
4 more. Okay.
될 뻔했잖아.
이만 찰 줄 알았으면 빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
Ooh, we could get... Who's Ezra attacking? That guy? Okay, we'll go into this guy.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
귀와 요격 안수가 이어졌다면 정말 떨굴 수밖에.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
Bonk. Thank you, Ezra. To claim their bones. Beautiful. I still love that move. It's so good. The ultimate counterattack.
솔직히 말해라,
Yield
자로요.
the flesh to
그중에서
claim their
가장
bones.
칭찬을 아낄
나를
이유가
배려할
뭐
수
있는지.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
He did 45% of the damage. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
정착지를
It's
찾을
crazy
때까지
like that.
이 기세를 잃지
Oh, we
않게.
got one unknown enemy here.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Oh, they're not combat specialists, huh? I would never have guessed. Marceau stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Marceau? I was struck by a sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Strangeness? Like he's some kind of stranger? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down on a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Oh, he spoke. What? Huh. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of the line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Merceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of travelling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Yeah? Ah, gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who had arrived precisely at the time Merceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. What is happening here? It is a wing. Wings have a lot of people. The N Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. Huh. I see. So it does give you experience in that regard as well. Somewhat. All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chunukun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. "Shut your eyes!" I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. Oh my god! Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, oh man. Oh my god, I need a picture of Kim with that caption now. Oh man, oh man. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Oh. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. Oh. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo Kim raised his sword and parried away the N Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. It's repeating the same sentences. Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the N Corp employees' attacks. As though he was goading us and telling them the truth. In that split second, I think I saw Merceau's eyebrows twitch. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Flashbang! A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came to view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Another flash. Adjusting projection. Faust? Did Faust figure it out? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. This many flashbangs can't be healthy. It changed. As Merceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. Great Huando of the Sal Circle. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and nocked an arrow. Arrow? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that name.
숨겨둔 수를 드러낸 모양이구나.
Huh. Interesting.
망설임이 없도록.
Nice. Nice.
검을 들고 나갈 때마다
I like the buffer of sanity we got there.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
Oh, what's this? Okay.
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
망설임이 없도록.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정민화.
약점을 찔렀어.
그 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침들.
Bear Splitter is such a metal name for a move. It must be said.
옳다.
Okay. Developed memories. What are your passives? Let's have a look. Interesting, okay. So once this is all gone, the encounter ends. Very curious. Still trying to figure out what this boss is about. None of the dots are really connecting for me right now, but... It's rare to see a bow being used, I gotta say. Here comes the Blade Singer.
해냈구나. 나랑 그랬을 거야.
나부터 준비해야 할걸?
Oh, transition. Here we go.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최선이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
발곡, 차단.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어. 그냥 5배.
Whoa, he's very dead. So is he.
하, 웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
망설임이 없도록.
효과적인攻撃でした。
떨굴 수밖에.
Huh.
これが必要な戦いであれば。
This thing is just here. He's just out here. We're literally just beating up a film projector right now. Thank you, Ezra.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Undo popping off. To claim his bones. I really gotta say, his sword is massive. Like, that's a huge sword.
숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 지금이군요.
방금의 공격, 옥신 그 자체였다.
운명의 기운이 분명한 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
I mean, I feel like I'm just powering through the boss right now. I don't really understand what the gimmick is. Aside from reduce his shield to end the fight. So I guess we'll see if there's anything more to it.
그런 것이 쫙 보면 뭘 써야 하는지 딱 느낌이 오잖아.
Ow. We're good, we're still good.
이 정도 들은쯤은 별것 아니죠. 홍원의 가주로서 지혜롭고 용감하고 성실하고 멋지고 열정적인 아가씨라면.
웨이, 혹시 요즘 그 오티스라는 자랑 어울려 다니는 거 아니지? 나 부끄러우니까
죄를
그만해.
새겨주겠어.
Go Ongdu, go Ongdu, go. She popping off. Those Ezra, oh my lord. Now our own Ongdu, I mean Ongmail.
거기서는 왼쪽으로 가서. 그렇지, 좀 치는데.
Eh? Yeah, kind of hard to focus a boss when it keeps blinking in and out like that. The battle seems to be taking a toll on the citizens, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us out, but... When the battlefield constantly shifting, flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either projector or that guy, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, N Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in areas so close to the nest had alerted N Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N Corp are sending after us. And second, will defeating that guy or destroying the projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright light flashes take us, N Corp or the twisted caricature of S Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, As long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to the Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. Okay, first things first. One of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present through the entire phenomenon. Ooh, good job. Good one, Yisang. Yisang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the backlines. Yes, canned experience, okay. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. It didn't, but I could feel it. Oh, these are kind of... Yeah, because it flickered back then. So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it's clearly not enough to force open the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's Fathoms. Well then. They're still holding them off. Are we gonna go in with a limited party? Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that it was more than just saying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Eh? What a terror... Oh, okay. Ryoshi knows a lot about summer homework, apparently. Araya Shiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. God damn it, Ryoshi! Face the homework, save the GPA. You can't just butcher the slogan of the game like that. Oh, face the sin, save the ego. Thank you. Thank you, Faust. What an interesting way to segue into the Fathoms. Alright, here we go. This should be the final part of the event.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기
Wait,
전까지
Faust, I know how to
제가
do this. Oh my god.
현장 취획팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
It's not my first rodeo. Lens
별일
like
수
this.
있는 기회겠죠?
So this is S Corp 2, right? Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance to the dungeon into S Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S Corp themed haunted mansion. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. I join him looking up at the thatched roof of the Choga. Beneath it, there was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Whoa! Look at that get up. You know, I really couldn't tell if that was a man or a woman. But thank you, Kim, for verifying that. Prickly, like a cactus. Kim Lib. Path of the Brush. Huh. Sukjun. PPO, Agro Industries. Yeah, so S Corp is the Korean wing. They are very much based on like maybe like old Korea, I guess, but oh my god, is that a double raid? That's insane. What? Hello again, Scarfy. Thank you for the raid again. You managed to catch me when I wasn't wrapping up the stream. And a raid from Potted Kato as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to... We're near the end of this event, I think. We're in the Dungeon of the Phantoms at the moment. Double raid because we're collabing. Oh, hell yeah, nice. Yeah, welcome, welcome. What were you guys up to? Were you also in the Limbus mines? Were you collabing and doing the event and stuff? Yes, hello raiders. We tries to voice act the new Intervalo. Oh, that sounds sick! Oh, that's really cool. I did like Knights and voices. Oh, I might need to check out the VOD for that. That sounds sick. I've only been doing the... I only do the voice of Dante and narration. I just kind of read everything else like in and out. Oh my god, voice acting's so cool. Yeah, I've always wanted to get into voice acting myself. I would love to like dub over some Limbus stuff, like some of the like event stuff that hasn't been dubbed yet. But I feel awkward just doing all the voices by myself. I love voice acting, but it kills me to do a whole Intervalo. I can imagine. There is a lot. That's the reason I don't read every single line of dialogue from every character. Even just doing Dante in narration is like a lot of my vocal cords. If I had more people... We can get a whole group to voice act Kanto 10. Oh my god, that would be sick. If I were to be a member of such a group, I think I owe it to myself to establish myself in the role of Heathcliff, because I have the natural inclination. If that makes sense. It would only make sense. But, you know. I don't know what voice I'd do for like a lot of the sinners. Or like other characters outside of the Sinners as well. You're going for Ryoshu? Hell yeah. No matter what. I like that principle. I mean, whoever if you get that group together, whoever does Merceau's voice is going to be like the main star, I think. Because I'll be very curious to see if like Merceau kind of gets more range of emotions in his Kanto. I like that we're learning about S Corp now, though. 3 court circles. The Sal, the P, and the Pyo. Flesh, blood, and bone. Okay. Because we got like a bare glimpse into this before, I think, in, what was it? It was either the Blade Lineage event, like the Blade Lineage Intervallo, or Kanto 4, I would like to say. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for battle. Anyway, let me follow you, Potted Kato. There we go. And whoever else is in chat, make sure to go check out their channels as well. Or if you're on YouTube, because this is also being streamed to YouTube, if you're watching the VOD, go check them out. Both Scarfy and Kato. Promise cultivating a... Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they seem to be going for, like, some kind of republic, but, like, I'd imagine when the wing is divided into 3, like, you know, ruling powers, they're just going to end up, like, bickering a lot, because this is the city. You can't just expect cooperation like that on a large scale. Damn. Are you saying they need to yield their flesh and have their bones claimed? Damn, that's crazy, Kim. Where have I heard that one before? Rats, we know what those are. Those are the, those are the first enemies you fight in Library of Ruiner. I think. You know, the Backstreet Rats. Kleptocrat. I think I was meant to say Kleptorat, but... The Scarlet Aura bonds. I'm sure a lot of this makes a lot more sense to the Korean player base, because obviously this is their element. Like, S Corp seems very, like, kind of like, I wouldn't say like modern Korea, but like ancient Korea influenced, maybe. This is probably reflective of like some like culture from back then. I wouldn't know. I'm very very scarce on knowledge when it comes to Korean history and stuff like that. Comparatively to like what I know about Chinese and Japanese history. I should look into it sometime though. Yo, we can see her face now. She's a lot prettier than I thought. It's so like interesting how the vibe of her character completely changed once we saw her face. I mean, when I first saw her, I didn't even think it was a woman. I thought it was a guy because, you know, in the distortion, like, she was all quite covered up anyway, but like there was like no indication of it. Just a drinking fellow. Drinking buddies are like some of the greatest pals you could ever ask for, you know? Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. I'll say it again, like, I know how to do this! Oh my god, I don't know why he's giving me the tutorial again, it's wild. Okay, it's a pretty long Dungeon of the Fathoms here. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. There was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a Don Quixote by the toe. Why's her toe out? Where's Rocinante? Oh shit. I'm about to Durante. I don't know what I'm on about. We'll go down the path that smells like blood. That seems like a great idea. Yeah. But as we progressed through the passage, the scent of blood grew only more oppressive, and we were starting to stumble from the sheer thickness of it, until all of a sudden the air cleared to a fresh crispness. As we were getting our bearings, I noticed a pedestal of stone stacked before us. On top of it lay a neat briefcase that seemed to have been well cared for. Oh. This is useless to us. I mean, it's not quite useless, but it's not very good to us. Alright. Well, that's that, I guess. That was probably a better one to obtain there, but it is what it is. We might as well use everyone.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
느껴지지? 저것들이 아까부터
Oh, these are different. I think.
딱 사냥하기 좋은 사람. 오케이.
Oh, these are Blade lineage people. Okay. That's fine.
발광. 차단.
It threw me through a loop because every battle until now has been a focused encounter, but this one's different now.
아가씨.
좋아.
이런
이번엔
것쯤
제대로 들어가.
농담 소리.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
그렇게 티나?
예전보다는 훨씬 낫습니다.
We can get a good old Pride resonance here. Pride resonance for Pride Month.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
대언했어요.
Very nice.
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기술하면 이번 드림도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
Damn it, Kim. I mean, Merso. Kimso. I don't know.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와줘?
물러서지 않겠습니다.
아니, 이건 갑자기 방금 어땠어? 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
Alrighty, let's start popping off here.
즐겁겠군.
Oh, Kim proper is also here. That's cool.
떨굴 수밖에.
I'm still iffy on the Kim face reveal,
균형 상수. 상승. 떨굴 수밖에.
but I guess it's like a development of his character that he doesn't just wear the hat anymore and isn't just like faceless.
좀은 줘도 되잖아.
My god, he looks so cool with the garb on.
안 지킬 줄 알았으면 빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
지금처럼 엄마와 함께
I didn't even get to
이곳저곳을
use the ego that
다니며
round.
많은
Well, we got
기억을
ego resources
쌓아줘.
saved up now, so that's a good thing.
언젠가
Up or down, up or
그중에서
down, up or
가장
down, up or
멋진
down. We
곳에
go
나를
across.
데려갈 수 있게.
Okay. As we were slowly looking around the streets of S Corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to bear his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in S Corp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colours like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings and found himself in the alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions, so what should we do? Let's ask the group if they can help. Merceau knows these streets like the back of his hand. Merceau opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where bamboo-hatted Kim and Angdu were. I didn't mean to skip that. God damn it. Well, that's just a force of habit. It's fine, we got an ego gift out of it. Let's just keep going down the middle.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게
I mean, we're not playing with the middle IDs, but we can still follow the doctrine of middle.
느껴지지? 저것들이 아까부터 르렁대니까 딱 사냥하기 좋은 사람. 오케이?
랜덤 4월을 건.
I like how, because this is like a Blade lineage event, they have to make all the enemies weak to slashing damage. Like, no matter what, because
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
they want you to use the Blade lineage IDs, but they would be pretty bad if they were resistant to slashing damage.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 네로라는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬어.
숨을 거두자.
Lovely.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 온도가 좋구나. 아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것,
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
I've always wondered what other people think when they fight alongside the sinners and they're like changing IDs and stuff. What do Ongdu and Kim think about the fact that all the sinners right now are just taking after their comrades or themselves? Do you think they ever feel perturbed by it? Oh. Good hit. Oh, that's a heckin' Pride Resonance, that is. Let's go. Put his counter with you.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
귀와 요격 정말 끌고 수밖에.
방금 멋졌어.
귀와 요격.
I wonder if for the rerun of this event, we'll get like an updated like Merso Kim, like that represents like his like new like outlook, kind of.
자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지?
Maybe. I don't
그럼
know.
약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다.
I feel like it'd be a bit redundant though. We'd probably, I guess maybe we would get an N Corp identity instead. I captured a glimpse of a figure staring off to the darkness of an unlit prison. Bamboo has Kim lets out a sigh before he even fully exhales. Ooh. A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Clearly pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with a sword unsheathed. Oh, okay. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Well, obviously we go down the middle again because that's the branching path. We get a choice. We get the illusion of choice. Oh, we get a cutscene. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me that what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Kim pushed open the main gate and made his way into the front yard. Whoa. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torso split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Gasp. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms look like. The hats these corpses are, or were, wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo Hat Kim calling them assassins? Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. But the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. There were simply too many of them. As though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart from this life. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favour is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. Ah, so the classic, they sent assassins to kill him and now they're gonna frame the bodyguard for doing it. The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered. Apex Blade or the Onkyum? Oh my god. Cloud Blade. That's fucked up and evil. Oh! Okay, he looks badass though. Brand of the Nobi. Yo, she a real one though? Gratitude and vengeance share a common quality. Damn, that's kind of deep actually. Both debts to be repaid. Something bad's happening to her. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the walls and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms, they're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing a photograph is malleable. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. It's very interesting how, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I know I was going to say something interesting about, but like, I haven't really forgotten what's going to be said. ADHD moment. Womp womp.
발광, 차단.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I think it's interesting when you consider how Bamboo Hat of Kim was originally an optional reception in Library of Ruina, an optional fight, where the only lore you got from them were the entries of their pages. That was the only context you could get, which was, I believe back then it was kind of like a little glimpse into Escort. But now he's got like a whole thing going for him. He's become such a I think because he didn't have much in Library Ruiner, they saw it as an opportunity to like make something for him in Limbus. Because he was one of the more popular characters to come out of Ruiner as well, like out of the reception I'm in.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리와.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이 빛의 힘이 좁고 아픈 아르카나들을 기울들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간을 오지.
Taking them down one by one. Pretty good so far.
일꾼들이 연료를 가득 채우셨군요. 안심됩니다.
Hopeless gaming. I'll just do that, actually. It might just kill them all. Oh, thanks, Kim. Thanks for the kill steal, Kim.
흉터의 결국.
지금은 좀 쩔었는데.
완벽한 승리
Alright.
축하드립니다, 아가씨.
It don't
이
matter.
정도의 성과라면
We proceed.
4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
Let's go here. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunukan, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. Okay. The Chunukans began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding for some reason? Soon, the Chunukans, having made their way through the crowd, approached to us as well. What should we do? Do we rat them out? No, let's follow the crowd. Point them in the wrong direction. Once the group of Chunukans hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that they had gone, some of the civilians walked to the man and gave their thanks. He returned the... Huh. Alright. What do we get? Okay, we just get a big heal. Not really the best thing for us, but it is what it is.
벼릴 수 있는 기회겠죠?
Since we weren't really struggling for HP or sanity either. Okay, it works. Hi, Amia.
된다면 4월을
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Okay, we got one stagger, which is pretty good.
싸울 생각
Unleash the Kim.
비리게 하기는 하겠다마는
차단. 야!
Lovely. Time to sing the blade.
숨을 거두랴.
I really like the ego design of the Blade Singer. And how heavily it interfaces with the Kim ID. I just find it really... I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with that type of, like... with that type of, like, functionality in the future, with, like, future IDs and stuff. So it basically unlocked a whole new avenue of, like, not just designing egos, but also buffing, like, old IDs and stuff. Oh, Kim's got the Sans eye going. That's how you know he means business. When he starts to look like Sans Undertale. Let's look at his things, actually. I didn't actually look at this stuff. Okay. Anything else? He is buffing us, which is nice. Alright.
놀만치 노른 거
Slay
같은데.
King.
진짜 싸게 치워불고 들어가자. 고생들이었다.
Okay. Just had to do a little stretch. We're coming towards the end now, I think. Here we go.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
The final encounter. Oh, that was a horrifying expression. Imagined.
이번에는 재미 좀 봅니다. 다들 저 생각이 있으면
She's a tall lady.
않았겠지.
Oh my god, she's tall. And that's a lot of attack slots. Oh man, oh man. Okay, so Kim is clashing with one of them. Not that one. That's fun.
망설임이 없도록.
숨을 거둔다.
방금의 공격, 혹신 그 자체였다.
요, 당연히 그 시기 해야지. 이런 것은 보면 늘 써야 하는지.
Okay, so we're definitely in the rerun. We're definitely getting an ID of her. Like,
아름다운 것
ain't no way.
그렇지 않은 것.
주군께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라. 주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
Oh, we don't want to clash this. But we do want to clash this one. Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 달빛이
How did you roll tails 3 times? Are you serious?
자세에 틀림은 없음.
On 40 sanity. That's crazy. Oh my god, oh my god. I can't believe Kimso is washed.
오늘도 정의로운 날이 될 수 있도록 힘내자. 다 함께 아르카나 비.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Ow.
벌써 나올 거리라.
귀와 요격 함수 정리와
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네. 거기서 왼쪽으로 가서 그렇지 좀 치는데.囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Could use spouse ego here. Oh, we got some different attacks. No, this is the same. This is different. Oh, what's this? This is new. Okay, so just win that clash, basically. Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
He seems very, like, weak right now. Is that because I'm doing the fight correctly, or, like...
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 지금
유효하군.
Oh, that procs bleed. I see. Okay. That's proccing bleed on everyone. Interesting. Oh. Wait, we want to clash this now, I think. Maybe? I guess. We're doing decent damage to her, I think. Just seems like just seems like quite a long battle. We do have Angdu and Kim helping us as well. Definitely a bit of valve attrition here. We might need some healing, maybe. But the bleed and the unbreakables are slowly whittling us down. Lovely. That'll get rid of the bleed at least. She has so much poise right now. 69! She's almost staggered as well. She's changed her stance. At 3 or fewer. So we keep clashing this and... Oh, wow, okay, hold on. Oh, I didn't see if Kim was actually clashing any of those. Maybe it would have been worth letting him, like, lose that to use Yield My Bones. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. Yield my bones to claim their flesh. That killed someone. I don't know who. Did I kill Kim? No, I mean, did I kill Merceau? Did it actually? If so, that's really bad, actually. That's like half of our bleed lineage power gone. Oh my god, it did kill him. Oh my god, dude. Seriously? Wait, what's the passive on this? No, it's not as good as Heathcliff's. But we do have Heathcliff now.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
I clearly must have done something wrong with the fight. The fact that Kim So died so easily, but I'm not entirely certain.
나는 이 왕좌의 무기야. 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
옳다.
일찍 끝나겠구나. 이런 걸 보면 단축의 예술은 끝을 알 수 없던 엄마가 선택한 최선의 방법이었을지도 모르겠어. 거미집에서의 생활, 내가 겪어야 했을 기다림도
Which stance is she in right now?
짧게 끊어내고 싶었을 테니.
I can't tell. Let's try reducing it. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, we need to reduce it. Yeah. That's fine. Kim eats that. And now he gets a little of his Shazam off. It's okay, we still have Kim on the team. Technically.
귀화요격, 함수, 정민화, 귀화요격,
Ah, nice.
균형 함수,
약점을 찔렀어.
I think we've got her dead to rights.
메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나? 지금이군요.
Oh, finish her off. Oh! I mean, technically, we finished her off with claim their bones. It was just the we have claim their bones at home version, you know. Just as bamboo-hatted Kim and Kyung-yup and Kyung, I'll just call her, readied for their final bout, Angdu leaped in and between them. Wait, I thought you were trying to convince me to live on. Why are you affirming my commiserations? comeback. That's not what I said, Kim. Is he distorting again? We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. Or is he going the other way? The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. Ah! Calm and jump scare. He's gone sans Undertale mode! That's his ego? His ego is just... It's just the bamboo hat he donned from before. That's his ego. He is aura farming though. Thank you, sweepers. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. Face the sin, save the ego. That's what Limbus is all about. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the Phantoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The Phantoms of S Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the Phantoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merso's face. I reflected upon the events of the day and could at least begin to guess as to why that may be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Marceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. What I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Marceau. A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Oh, okay. Before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. We even get a decapitated sprite? What? Is this allowed to happen? It's never been observed, but since it's happening right now, yeah, it can. When you imitate a character, when you make a recreation of a character so well that it ends up killing you because they're driven by principle. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Kyung's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there, we found a large group of injured N Corp staff thrown pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Yeah, unfortunately, the distortion killed itself.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
We couldn't really do anything about that.
당신은 완벽히 우리에게 있어.
Kind of just happened.
정착지를.
Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. Ezra looked toward Angdu and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after the LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Ah, she's the one in charge now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to more relaxed selves I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case... my heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Could you rewind me? I've got a dislocated shoulder. You don't need that. Here, let me take care of that for you. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding Sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah? What is it, Don? Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Merceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Merceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. He's like an AI chatbot. You got or like a search engine. You gotta word your requests in a particular way to get what you need. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N Corp staff took? Thank you, Marceau. Which one of us got the most photos taken? I did. It wasn't. Oh boy, okay. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. Different business? Hold on, Merceau. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Merceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N Corp employees. One who nails? I'm a member. I'm guessing this is an analog to the one who grips, who is one part of the Templars. I'm guessing that's a position of power and authority. Decree of the Giants. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you notice what happened, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. Then why the heck didn't you warn... It was less than a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? I'd say, you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? You're about to antagonize a wing, Heathcliff. Please reconsider your actions. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N Corp's employees. They replied dispassionately as they took Merceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Are we leaving it on that cliffhanger? That's like a straight segue into the next canto. Holy moly. That's it. That's Mnestic experience done. Wow, that was an interesting ending. That kind of puts into perspective where in the original story we're basing off as well. We're going in at the point of the trial. I think a lot of people presume that all of that had already happened, maybe. Though I have seen some people theorize that, yes, the trial would take place in his canto as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Overall, I think it was an okay canto. The Kim stuff is cool. Like, basically, it was all about him. And a lot of Merceau stuff as well, obviously, because it's the lead up to his canto. I think the split focus between N Corp and S Corp was a bit jarring. And maybe they could have placed this differently. But all in all, I think it's not my favorite Intervallo. I'll say that much. But for what it was pretty cool. I mean, the fight, the boss fight was fun. We did get some cool stuff out of it. I did like the things that we learned about S Corp and N Corp. So we'll just leave it at that. That's gonna be all for me tonight, guys. I might stream this weekend more Refraction Railway, but we will see. If not, we'll return to streaming next week with more Railway or more games. I'll keep you updated on the Discord with the games I may be looking at to play. But yes. God, that was a long one. Well, not as long as some of my previous Limbus streams, but yeah. Thank you everyone for joining me. Have a good evening all, and I will see you next time. Janet.